Fire Emblem. Go! God. My scab looks like Conan O'Brien. This is an old vid that I enjoy. This is Cody's Lab. If you've never heard of Cody's Lab, he does vids like this.
Using a P. The reason I'm going to be using a P is because the sun, from our perspective here on the Earth, appears to be about the same size as a pea held at arm's length. So I can almost exactly block out the sun's light using a P held at arm's length. Or more accurately, a 7mm wide pea held at 70 centimeters away. As it turns out, the pea held at arm's length is also the right size to completely cover the disk of the moon. Likewise, the moon is the right size to cover the disk of the sun. This is how we get total solar eclipses. The moon is much smaller than the sun, but is also quite a lot closer, although much larger and farther away than the pea. So, set this on my little card here. So here's our 7mm wide sun. Now keep in mind that in real life, the sun is 800,000 miles or 1,300,000 kilometers wide. So on this scale, the Earth would be 2.3 feet or 70 centimeters from the sun. So you might notice that the Earth and the moon here are actually too small to be noticeable on this scale. So use a magnifying lens to zoom in, and you can see there are indeed dots there. It's the Earth and the moon, and the distance between them, 240,000 miles, is about 1/4 of the diameter of the sun. That distance, which only takes light 1.3 seconds to travel, is the farthest any human has ever been. So before I continue, I want to mention real quick
that in itself is incredible.
How I know these distances. Now, from the orbital period of Venus and the Earth and Kepler's laws, we knew that the ratio was about 3/4 of the way. But we didn't know an actual number until we could observe a Venus transit. And then from viewing the Venus transit from two different positions on the Earth that are widely spaced, we could see the parallax shift of Venus relative to the sun. And from that, we could do some geometry and trigonometry and figure out the exact distance between the Earth and the sun.
That's incredible too.
Once we found out the astronomical unit, we could use that to get another parallax shift between the nearest stars and some really distant stars to figure out how far they are. This measurement was actually a linchpin in science, figuring out how big the solar system and the rest of the universe was. Okay, so the next object that I'm going to put on this scale is Jupiter, which here is represented by a poppy seed. That's approximately the size it needs to be relative to the sun if the sun was a pea. So at this scale, Jupiter will be about 4 meters from the sun, or 12.8 feet. And 12, 12.8 right there. So that's where our Jupiter is. So the next object I'm going to put on this scale is Pluto, everybody's favorite minor planet. Now, of course, on this scale it's also a dot that's too small to really see on camera, but it will be 97 feet or 30 meters from the sun.
That is also incredible.
So around 97 feet from our P-sun is the tiny speck of Pluto where the New Horizons probe just passed.
So we have got the Voyager probe, the original Voyager probe, went out, it's left the solar system. It's now in interstellar space, right? Still going, as far as I know. I don't know if it still transmits. Let's have a look and see if the Voyager probe, I think it's the most distant human-made thing, other than radio waves and stuff that we've beamed out. So where is the Voyager probe now? It's moving at about 1 million miles a day. Even at that distance, it still sees effects from the sun, which is incredible. It's as far from the heliopause, which is, I think, the area where you could say the sun has essentially its sort of AOE, if you like. It's outside. It's as far from that boundary as Neptune is from Earth. That's pretty incredible.
Yogscast rated with 332 viewers.
Welcome, Yogs viewers. We're just watching vids while we're waiting to load into a fucking Tarkov raid. So it's 155 AU as of February 10th. So it's probably got another couple of AU after that, maybe one more. So it's 155 times. Let's say it's 156 plus times further away from us than we are from the sun. So it's right out there. It's way past it. It's left the solar system, and I know they put a load of discs on it and stuff like that. No one's ever going to find it. I mean, it's just blasting off into interstellar space. Probably get plinked by some rock at some point. But it's pretty amazing to think of. And that's been traveling since 1977 at 38,000 miles an hour, or 61,000 kilometers per hour. Traveling at that speed. And since I was born, more or less, it launched the year after I was born. So in the entire time that I've been alive, this thing's been chugging away at nearly 40,000 miles an hour. And AU is an astronomical unit. That's the distance from the Earth to the Sun, which is, I don't know how many millions of miles of that is. I can't remember what the distance is. I'll let you know. So it is 150 million kilometers, roughly 93 million miles. So 93 million miles. So it's traveled a long way. So yeah, quite a long way. So off it's gone. It's just off there in interstellar space. And in all that time, it's gone 155 times that distance. However, this is a video about how close or how far it is to the nearest star. So get ready to have your mind blown.
The next object I'm going to put on this scale is the Voyager 1 probe, which is currently the farthest man-made object away from the Earth. I'm going to have to go out kind of a ways for this one. Right here, 317 feet from the sun, if the sun was a pea. That is almost all the way across the football field here. Now even at this scale, to mark where the nearest star is, we're going to have to leave town.
Just going to kill the music. So this is him driving to the nearest star. So this is a video of him driving and driving and driving.
town. I meant leave the state. We're here just outside of Downley, Idaho, and across the street from Donata Hot Springs. And here is where Proxima Centauri, or the closest star, would be located on our scale. If the sun was a pea, Proxima would be a radish seed, 202 kilometers or 125 miles away.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Tashmita67 just resubbed for 72 months.
Thank you.
Holy hell, 6 years have gone by so fast. Keep up the good work, Flax.
Thank you. So, he had to drive, what was it, 155 miles or something like that? And that's at the scale of
Nice
the sun
jump,
is a pea.
Alistair.
Psycho088 just resubbed for 22 months.
And that's the nearest star. So that's why whenever people talk about us traveling to other solar systems, put it from your mind. Unless we figure out a way to teleport or go through, create some kind of wormhole or something, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. And worse than that, even if we were able to achieve unbelievable speeds with the time dilation effect and relativity, what would be the point?
Nice jump,
It's a classic
Alistair.
sci-fi trope.
Flying_Duckman just resubbed for 11 months.
The classic sci-fi trope is you set off on some generation ship at just under the speed of light, and by the time you get where you're going, you arrive at a planet that's fully colonized by human beings, and they say, "Oh hi, we've been here for 80 years. Yeah, we developed a jump drive while you were gone." I think it's definitely within our capacity to mine our own solar system for goodies, and to take the stuff we need to make phones from Jupiter or whatever. The other sci-fi trope, of course, is that the creatures that are sent out into deep space that then return to Earth are all hideously deformed blob type creatures because they've all, each generation has grown up in zero gravity. We're just not made for it. Our lifespans are too short, and sadly the limitations placed on, oh my. Limitations of the physical world mean that, in my opinion, we're never gonna get there. In short, we're stuck here. We should get used to it. That's what I was saying, Pudmund. Can you guys hear me? Is my mic working? Yeah, that was the "you've been overtaken" thing that I was talking about. The idea that by the time you get where you're going at whatever speed, let's say you go not to the nearest star, but you know, you travel for, it's like 20 light years away, and you're chugging away in your ship at the speed of light. 20 years later, you get there. 1,000 years have passed on. Ah, me bloody legs! Well, you're not going to get my grenade. Oh, that's a flash grenade. This is the other one. Goodbye, friends. I do not think that there's a future generation of humans that will be traveling the stars. I really don't. I think it's impossible. I'm sorry. I think it's a nice idea, but I think it's impossible. And you can say this. They said sailing the seas was impossible. This is orders of magnitude harder. Interestingly, I thought getting the water thing would increase the amount of max water that I get. Getting my water collector at level 3, but it doesn't seem to do that. I'm just cranking out some purified water. I'm also making I don't know why it doesn't show you what you're making at the top. I'm also making some AP20 ammo, making some aquamarine water, and some Propatal. And in the lavatory, a grenade case. They currently sell for 300k on the market, so I thought, why not? I mean, I don't doubt that we could send robots into space. I can imagine us doing that. But I don't think we could send ourselves. You just send a bunch of robots out there. Job done. And they can report back and they can do all of that stuff. But there's no reason to send human beings. It's impossible. I'm not just claiming it's impossible. We just saw that the nearest star, if the sun was a pea, is 155 miles away. And the speeds required to traverse that distance would mean that, I think if you travel at the speed of light to the nearest star and then come back, isn't it something like 150 Earth years would have passed? Something like that. And it's not the zero gravity. The biggest problem you're going to have is radiation. But the technology can change, but I don't think the laws of physics can change. That's the thing. Unless we figure some way, like I said, unless we figure out some way to take a ship full of people and just go boink and jump like they do in Dune, where they just fold space and you just arrive there, it's impossible. It's impossible. Right, but there was a theory for it, man. They said we don't think it's possible. We think it's going to be very hard to do. Right? We think it's going to be very hard to do. But the theory was there. But there's yet to be any theory suggesting that you can pick something up in one place and just deposit it in another. I just think it's impossible. Nothing does that, right? Nothing just teleports. Nothing of mass just teleports from one place to another over that kind of distance instantaneously. But again, with flight, birds were flying, so we knew it was possible. With the oceans, we saw things out in there, sailing on the ocean, you know. We saw things out there. It was possible. We just didn't have the technology yet. But I'm just saying, we haven't seen anything yet that would lead us to believe there is any mechanism by which we could go from one place to another. Instantaneously. And going very, very fast is not the answer. Not sure how I feel about that. It also felt like he was outside the door and then he was inside the room. He just ran around the corner and insta-domed me. But I don't know. It might have been desync, or I don't know what was going on. Maybe he just heard me? Crazy. I would love to see a kill cam option. I think it would be good. The only problem is if you're in a stack, it gives too much information to other people, right? Like, I think that's the argument against it, is that essentially, if I was in a raid with other people, I could be like, oh, he's here. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I've said before, I think if you could download it after the round, if that was a thing that you could pay for, to download a feed of the raid, and it would, you know, you had like a little UAV that you could fly around in the raid with free look. That would be interesting. I would pay for that. Not real money, obviously. I mean, I'd pay fake money. I think having it after you get your insurance back is too long. I think people would forget. But I think having something shorter term, I think would be fine. You know, just half an hour after or half an hour once the raid is finished. That would be good. And it will, you know, you'd get a message. Once the raid is over, you get a message saying your raid where you know, on this time, this date, and here's the result. You died to blah blah, headshot blah blah. Would you like to view the replay of this raid? And you go, yes, please. But I don't know if they have that capacity. I mean, I would hate anything that slows the game's engine down. Is a no. Like, I don't want if it's going to slow the game engine down and make it stutter more, then obviously it's not a thing. But oh, I don't want to take good armor in when I'm solo. Oh, we got to level 3 with Ragman. How about that? Jesus. Well, at least we got that big lump out of our inventory, eh? Can't complain too much. Find 5 shotguns in one raid. Why not? I mean, give it a go, eh? Could do this, and if you get a barter item from a trader, is it found in raid? Barters are not found in raid? Interesting. Okay. So I couldn't use this to get a lab's keycard for Jaeger. Oh, my Propertel is finished. So, Atomic Snow Globe, it has to be as a scav. And obviously the shotguns will have to be found in raid. So all it really means is going around and checking scav bodies for shotguns. That's it. And hoping that you can find 5 of them. Given that scavs do often have shotguns. Oh, that's a good point. Do TOSs count as shotguns? bolt action shotgun. This is a real gun, by the way.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Jacob Fowler 1 just resubbed for 3 months.
Thank you. I watched a really funny vid the other day. It was a guy, I think he sadly died, but he was a flat earther. He was one of the big flat earth proponents on YouTube and TikTok and all the rest of it. And one of the arguments that flat earthers made, because they don't understand anything and they don't look it up, if they can't do the experiment themselves, they don't believe it. They're very untrusting people. I don't know who let them down in their past, but they basically don't believe anything unless they've done it themselves. And even them, the results they draw are, oh, well, I guess we need to go back to the drawing board then. Like those guys who proved that the Earth was not flat with their own experiment, and they said, well, something's wrong with these lasers then. You know what I mean? That was their assumption, which is interesting because their opinion is that science is biased and lying to you. But even when they do those experiments and get the right result, they dismiss it because it doesn't fit their hypothesis, which is not how science works, right? So I found that quite funny. Anyway, these guys, this guy, if you look at the picture of NASA had a picture from a probe, I think it was Artemis, looking at the moon. And there's the Earth behind it, and it was quite far behind the moon. I was looking back, and there's the moon, and you could see the Earth, and the Earth looks quite big compared to the moon because you're looking at them from a distance. But then there was a picture from the moon, I think the Japanese mission to land on the moon, looking back at the Earth, and the Earth looked quite small. So he set up 2 balls of roughly the same size, like a globe and a baseball. He said these proportions are about right. And he took a shot from the end of a corridor looking back, and the moon and the Earth looked substantially bigger than the moon. And then he went onto the moon and looked at the Earth, and the Earth did look like he got the distances more or less correct for how they would be if you were actually to scale everything down. And lo and behold, the Earth looked a lot smaller. And it matched almost exactly with the picture that they had from the surface of the moon looking back at the Earth, where the Earth is not some gigantic object, but it's at a distance because you're at a distance. And I thought it was really interesting because he was like, interesting. He goes, well, I don't know what this means, guys. We're going to have to go back to the drawing board on this one, but we can't make the claim anymore that this is fake because the Earth is the wrong size in that picture. So back to the drawing board. But he's not saying maybe I'm wrong. He's saying we need a different experiment that does prove our point. Ooh. Yeah, they just go, well, something's clearly wrong with this experiment. We better think again. So the sniper scav plinking away there. I remember the name of the guy that did that experiment. I know it. It's on the tip of my tongue. He paid a guy to walk. Like, he knew the distance between wherever he was in some other city. He paid some guy to pace it out and bring him back the distance. And to be fair to the lad he paid, he did it. I mean, he could have just said, yeah, fine, yeah, and just said, oh, it's like 12,000 steps. But instead, he paced it out. He was like, this is how far it is. And he had 2 sticks. And he put one in the ground at one place and one at the other. And he was like, well, the distance is X, and the difference in the angle is this. Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes, that's right, thank you. He was like, well, there you go. Not only is the Earth a sphere, but this is how big it is. And he was pretty bloody close, which is incredible. Oh, let's get some ammo for our guns. Thing is though, right? It water always goes level. So you tell me how it can cling to a ball? I watched one of these lads, they had a fucking football and they poured water on it and the water just ran off it, as one would expect. And they were like, got an answer for that? I mean, yeah, but you're not going to like it. If you did that experiment in space, we can talk. But you're doing it on Earth and wondering why the water goes towards the Earth instead of staying on the ball. Gravity isn't real, it's just density. Because if you can dismiss gravity, you can dismiss a lot, right? So they always just say, oh, gravity's not real, don't be ridiculous. Get him, Sniper Scav! Yeah, I thought for a while, Mega number 14, the guys at the top of the flat earth food chain have realized that you can make a lot of money charging people for your webinars and your books if you just come up with clever ways to con people into thinking the ridiculous. Like, they realized, there's a market for this. Like a lot of those guys who are conspiracy theorists at the top end, it's just a grift. They're just grifters. Because they're always looking to sell something. If this information is so vital at bringing down some evil conspiracy, shouldn't you just be blowing the whistle on it? You and all the ex-NASA employees you've got? But no. When I went to Dallas, went to the spot where JFK was assassinated, there were loads of people selling booklets with their version of what happened, and it was always either aliens or Jewish people that had apparently done it. All conspiracies come back down to that. At the heart of every conspiracy theory is anti-Semitism. Believe me. Yeah, but it'll be something like the CIA, but their true paymasters are, of course, if you ever hear someone refer to internationalists, that's what they mean. Globalists, that's another classic. George Soros. Either way, those flat earthers, man. What a source of fun it would be if it wasn't so sad.
Ну чё, попандос вам тут всем залетные?
See if we hit any fat lads with our grenade launcher shells, eh? I don't think we did, sadly. What's all this shouting? We'll have no trouble here. You want to hear a story about lobbying I saw the other day? This is nuts. The restaurant industry, you guys may have seen this. The restaurant industry in the US has a lobbying arm, right? This is for restaurant owners and like all the fast food restaurants and everything. And they lobby the government to keep wages low. And the argument is always, they get tips, or to just lobby them to keep the wages low. The people that lobby the US government to keep wages low, it's like this group. The people who fund that group are the employees of the restaurants, unwittingly. Because, in addition to, I'm sure, getting money direct from the restaurants, if you work in a lot of restaurants in the US, you get training in food safety and service safety from this company called ServSafe. Apparently, ServSafe is owned by one of these lobbying companies. Like, it's just an offshoot. So you're paying money for your training without realizing that you're paying for the lobbying that keeps your wages low. Now, that is evil genius levels of despicable, right? To come up with that. To be in a meeting and say, lads, I've got a great idea. You know the way we want to lobby to keep wages low? Well, yeah, of course, yeah, we all know that. Well, I was thinking of a way we could do that without having to pay for it. Tell us more. We'll get the workers to pay for it by telling them that they have to take safety training. The safety training is run by a company that we own. How about that? And they'd be like, why, that's genius. But isn't that evil? Isn't that just unbelievably evil? Damn, I need a bigger bag. No, the employees paid for it. I was just blown away. I was like, that is the sort of thing the villain proposes at the start of the movie, you know what I mean? I thought that was H-Bomber guy for a sec. Poor bastard. It'll be things like if you want to get a slightly better job, you need to have completed the training and, oh, don't worry, we'll take it straight out of your paycheck, stuff like that. Like, some companies will train you up because it's in their interest to have, you know, better trained employees and everything. But for some of the optional stuff, I can imagine the company saying, you know, you have to pay for this.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Buildajari just resubbed for 1 month.
Oh, I'm worried I'm... Hang on, let me just look at the... I think I've gone to the wrong side of the map to extract. Passage between rocks. Railroad to military base. Oh, are we at the wrong end? Trailer park, workers shack, and administration gate. Oh, I think we've gone the wrong way. Right? But it's the trailer park one I've got is trailer park workers shack, and I can't see that one on the map. Is it just at the back? It's just at the back there on the right, right? Go out the car park and left? Do you mean right? What on chat? Ugh. Never use that extract. No, I haven't said or spoken about Pentiment. I don't know if I'll play it or not. I know I've heard good things. Back in a sec. If you like history and you like the art, I think it's worth a try. It is very story driven. I don't mind story driven. It's like a mystery thing, right? Or something. See, look, you do unload ammo, but it doesn't. Don't know why it does that. So is it like, does anyone remember the TV show Cadfile? Anyone remember Cadfile? Maybe it predates a lot of you. It had Derek Jacobi as a monk in medieval times who was like a Columbo, but in medieval England. And he would go around. I loved Cadfile. Loved that show. Because he was really classy. I mean, it's Derek Jacobi. He's like a really good actor. Just a classy dude. And he would go around and solve crimes. But they were like medieval crimes. So it would be, you know, he'd go and question people and their stories wouldn't add up or whatever. It was really, really good. Tis but one more thing, my lord. Whence thou said, the fair maiden fell from said tower, how is it then that your palm prints are clearly visible on the woman's buttocks? Arrest this priest, this monk. Yes, my liege. Wait a minute, I'm a detective. Thunk. That's how it would have gone. Name of the Rose is very good. Let's look up Pentiment then. What's the deal? I'm just looking at a video of the gameplay of Pentiment. What's the deal with the spelling mistakes and then they correct themselves? What's that about? I see. I don't know. I just watching some gameplay there, and I could imagine. I don't know. I understand the typography in terms of the lettering, but it'll spell a word wrong, and then it rubs it out and does it the right way around. They didn't have Tipex. I like the Obra Dinn, Case of the Golden Idol, Mystery of the Golden Idol thing because it's just a fixed screen and I can fart about and it's basically a puzzle. I don't have to go around and talk to people endlessly in boring ways.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Merbone just resubbed for 1 month.
A correction on parchment, you just scrape off a layer of parchment and write over it. Good lord. Really, man? When's it out? Next month? No way. Is it on Steam? Is that the game with the 6-hour sex scene? Really? Just don't try it, son. I think he's gonna say, "You were hacking." Oh, balls. I've got a keeper down here, but I forgot to bring it.
Тряпка ебаная! Не, блядь, дерись, сука! Салара!
Whoa! I couldn't tell where that guy was. God, I thought there was a scav. God, the sound in this game is really... I think it's better to just disregard it completely. Like, I don't think it's worth trying to think. I thought I'd been flashed or something. So I thought, shit, he's right behind me. And then I thought maybe he was looking at me from the far end of the corridor. And then I'd heard a scav directly above me, so I looked out thinking it was going to be a scav, and there's just a lad there. That is 100 dog tags. 100. Which means I think I can get a scav loot box. I play without sound. Believe me, it's better with. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it would be better with. I'm saying I'm going to disregard things like, oh, that sounds like he's above me. I think I'm just going to have to play it as in he's somewhere in this left area or he's somewhere on this right area, rather than try to sort of gauge where they are. So we're too short. Well, we could save up for an item case. What can you keep in the item case? Just anything? So we could keep anything in the item case, right? I've never had one. So the only thing you can't store in there is other cases. So which are the ones in here that are too low level? It's got to be level 10 or up. So that one's no good, that one's no good. Cinnies. Cinnies. Bobs. Cinnies. Maybe you can put ammo boxes. So you can't put weapon, lucky scav, junk box, either of the thick cases, the pistol case, or paper ammo boxes, or item cases themselves. So that means you could put the hollow Dilnik in there, you could put Doc's case in there, magazine cases, ammo boxes. Pretty good. Med cases, yeah, we could put all of those little cases in one case, would be pretty good. Impressive. Most impressive. Is that case a thing you use to shelf stuff out of a map? Shelf stuff out of a map. Shelf stuff out of a map. I'm not following you. Is shelving a term for putting things up your ass? Looking for advice. I've learnt customs 100% and I'm confident on it. Been doing woods now and I'm semi-confident. Any suggestions for next map to learn? Interchange. Interchange is a pretty good map. I've never heard the term shelving ever. Also, the idea that they would give you a 64 slot prison wallet is ludicrous. You could stash everything in the world up there. Yes, Polly. I think it's a good map. It is very hard, but you can get some good stuff there. I would say reserve, but reserve is really sweaty, and honestly, it's not great. I mean, Lighthouse has a lot of loot on it, but it's really hard map. Honestly, I think if you had the dedication to learn a map, Streets is probably the way to go, because if you learn it now, I think it'll be better. Because I have done fuck all on Streets this wipe. Which means next wipe, when everybody is running Streets, because there'll be a shitload of new quests on Streets and everything, I'm going to have no idea what I'm doing. So, that's a sniper apparently? That's like the sniper? How are you meant to know? Oh, fucking... How are you meant to know? I just spawned there. There was a lad in the street. Was he in the bit you can go in? It's crazy. Well, that was silly. Do I have any achievable tasks? We could do some classic rat runs where I just go in with fuck all and try to get into the good rooms on Shoreline and get some stuff. I like that. Because I'd just die on my own. It's pointless. Oh man. Ugh. Wow. Here's a vid. The worst fountain pen I have ever reviewed is the title of the video. Pestily makes 3.4 million in one labs run with just a 5.7. I mean, I'm sick of watching those vids, honestly, because it's just like, what's the point? It's a really terrible pen. Let's find out.
Tried very hard not to make this video, but in the end, I really didn't have a choice. If you have watched any of my reviews for some time, you will know that I am generally a rather positive person. I tend to take a positive tone in my reviews. I'm not afraid to talk about things that I don't like about a pen, but I won't rant and rave about it or take pot shots. Sometimes you really need to listen to what I'm saying and not just the tone of how I'm saying it. Above all else, I try to be fair in my reviews. Fair to viewers as well as fair to pen manufacturers. And I feel that it is fair to say that what I have for you today is without a doubt the worst pen I have ever reviewed. And that would be a pen which you are most likely not that familiar with, which is the Akrif.
So, let's be clear about something. This guy's not that much older than me, maybe 10 years older than me at the most. We don't look anything alike, other than the fact that we're bald and white, and we're both wearing glasses. But the shape of his face is very different to the shape of my face. I wouldn't look at that guy and think, wow, he looks just like me. And he's wearing a shirt with a tartan inlay that has a collar. This is a pink Chaos Esports hoodie that you can't get anymore. You say that's the joke, but I get tweeted this shit every fucking day. Is this you? It's baldism. Call it what it is. Don't sugarcoat it and make out it's not. It's rampant baldism, and you guys are baldists. And ageists. I've realized I didn't bring my shoreline keys with me.
Nice jump, Alistair.
We've just resubbed for 26 months. Regem.
Sure you did, Rootfly. Sure you did. Wanked yourself into a stupor and woke up, more like. Masturbate until you're just a shadow of yourself. Is Mums in Space going to be on Spotify? God, I hope not. Just a bit of a laugh, wouldn't it? Imagine just having a joke. Imagine just having a bit of a laugh and a bit of fun. And not having to put things on Spotify. I'm just saying, just imagine it, if you can. Oh, let's go check out the building over there and die there. At least we can do our next scav run after that. I'm tempted to do what I do during the day sometimes when I'm not streaming and just sit around watching YouTube until my scav is off cooldown. When you say the wilds, Juraville, we know what you mean. You were just AFKing in a hot tub stream and saw Big Smitty. Big Smitty ain't going anywhere. Those girls genuinely love him, and one of them's probably going to marry him. So, you know, doubt away. He's putting my kids through college. Shit. Ooh, Greta Thunberg is Big Smitty. That would be newsworthy. Who's been released? Tate? That's a shame. You're saying Greta Thunberg got nicked? I didn't know this. For what? Protesting? Jinkies. Let's see if we can get involved. Thieli, why the tongue sticking out emoji? What was your usage of it then? Rocks were tossed about, I heard. That's what you're doing. You're having a conversation. Was it a peaceful protest? Well, I heard some rocks were tossed about. What does that mean? Yeah, but in what sphere of human interaction
Nice jump, Alistair.
are you pulling that
just
face?
Resubbed for 16 months.
In
Can
that
you narrate
conversation?
your Tarkov gameplay as Brian Cox?
No, I couldn't. Brian has never played Tarkov. Silly question. Most emojis aren't used IRL. I disagree. Thumbs up is used. I see people use that one a lot. Okay, gotcha symbol, yes. Laughing. But when has anyone have you ever seen anyone do this? In real life? At the end of a sentence? What time is the bus going to get here? Well, apparently about 11:30.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Skringler Bingle just resubbed for 45 months. Hi tongue.
I mean, XD is just a shorthand for going, like closing your eyes and laughing. I'm just saying, I want to know why I see this emote pop up all the time. It's like you young'uns think that punctuation is dead. You just have to have a rat or a funny face or a fucking cockroach or something. What even is that? Briny facepalm. You have to zoom in to see what it is. It's a rabbit. Which of course don't have hands. Using one of its feet as a hand. Oh, they're even winking. Sorry, it's even worse. Ha ha ha! If you were talking to someone and they did that, how's it going? Yeah, not bad. Ah! You'd be like, yikes. Off the meds, are we? Jeez. Just curious. But more than that, what meaning are you trying to convey with it? Like, let's take real life out of the equation, which I know for a lot of you we're going to have to. But let's just imagine we take real life out of the equation. What I want to know is, when you type emote, and it's that emote, what are you going for? But that's not tongue-in-cheek, Thorndor. The tongue is out of the cheek. Tongue-in-cheek is like... But that is, the tongue is visible. Ah, tongue is out of cheek. That is like despair, right? You give it, oh my god. Like, that's flax palm or whatever it's called. Laughing, a picture of someone laughing. Boof looking confused. Boof, what the fuck? Makes sense. I'm just saying, in the context of a sentence, when would you ever use one eye closed? You never do that. I just want to know, what are you trying to say? What are you hoping to say? It is to convey whatever you say is meant in a joking manner. Oh. Oh, fair enough, I guess. Oh dear. Oh, he ran out of ammo, bless him. You saw it, dude? I saw a scav. Well, you saw a dude over here? Other side of power? Oh, Lord. Oh! Yes, indeed. Good spot, team. That's a scav. That is a scav. This area is always death, so prepare yourselves. He's got ammo we need for this gun. Oh, no he doesn't. I really thought that this was the kind of ammo for that, but it's the wrong one. 5.56 by 45. And this is 7.62 by 51. Oh, because the ADAR is the Russian version of the M4, essentially. Sometimes it sounds like your lad's running and not really picking up his feet. He's just sort of shuffling on the ground. Get those feet up, soldier! So, don't shoot scavs full stop. I still haven't heard it, Bob. I still haven't heard it, the lad talking in your ear. Yeah, I heard that while they were recording it, people were having a loud conversation outside the room and they were just like, they just didn't notice somehow. I suspect that's because I don't know if they have a proper sound engineer and a recording room, because they might have just done it in a fucking cupboard. Or like closed an office door
Nice
and just
jump,
done it
Alistair.
like that.
Dorsey_ just resubbed for 20 months.
And got a free RFB out of it. I'm not complaining. You know me. Not one to complain. A rogue run? What's that, Bob? What, is your scav rep high enough? Or do you mean you did a lighthouse and killed rogues? Yeah, the rogues are very hard now. Calm down, Bob, alright? Jeez. Just a little joke. You triggered, mate. You triggered. Can you imagine being at school with Mum Bob? Just the biggest gremlin. I mean, there's money in here. He's in Kibo, right? Mate, you are terrible! What are you doing? Ever gone to Interchange and just played like you're doing your weekly shop? Look at that! Fucking evil scav! Scum! Stop being the scum! I would love it if there was a game, like an FPS shooter, you know, like CSGO or whatever, where you have quick time events to like matrix dodge bullets and shit like that. So when you get shot at, if the shot's coming for your head, there's a very quick time event. If you get it right, you dodge it. Phew! And the hardest one is if you're facing when they shoot you, one of the hardest quick time events, you can catch the bullet. That would be awesome. But it won't happen, of course. I play some super hot. Yeah, it's alright. Recommend me a vid. Recommend me a vid. Isn't that a weird right-hand grip on a rifle? Why is it a right-hand grip? Now, Munt, I like being recommended videos by you, but you don't seem to have the mental grasp on the fact that there can't be any music in the vid. And you're like, well, there's no music in it. You said that multiple times, and I've opened the vid and it starts with music. Isn't that a weird right-hand grip on a pistol? I don't really understand. I mean, I don't think it's right-handed only. You could just... I mean, the bolt, yes, but he doesn't have an invisible pistol grip. There is a pistol grip on this Mosin. Is that what you mean? Balls versus bosses Elden Ring. What, you just summon balls? Raiders!
Hey, hello, man. How are you?
I need to kill raiders too, dude.
Oh, man. Hey.
Yo! What's up? They're at the end. I know you're gonna kill me, but the raiders are at the far end.
We can kill raiders together.
I mean, I only have a Mosin, but sure.
Okay, let's go. I go in.
I'm coming out. I'm coming out. Oh, there's a lad on our left too.
Okay.
Shit, they're coming down the ramp.
Nice shot.
There's a guy on the left on the ramp. Be careful.
Okay.
That's a grenade. Here, hold on. There's two of them up there. They might try to come around. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna go see if I can get any more raiders. Hold on, I'm bleeding. Damn. That was great. Oh, I only killed a scav. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna give you a little timeout for 25 minutes because that is a disgraceful message. That lad was a good lad. I've changed, Bob. I've changed. No more poor lads here. Would I want a revive
Nice
mechanic?
jump,
No.
Alistair.
Savvy_Dan just resubbed for 2 months.
Chad already gets enough, alright? Being able to fucking revive his mates. No, thank you. What are these 3 messages I've got here? I have X. Look at this lad. I'll be back. All okay? Has anyone found a far forward current converter? No, I don't even know what they look like. Like, I've seen them, you know, in the hideout as a requirement, but I was like, I don't even... It's not just for solar power. It's for something else as well, isn't it? I'm sure I saw one that I need for something. Oh, that's right. I need to try and find a shitload of shotguns, don't we? Steve Jobby asks, what's your take on Edge of Darkness being pay to win? I'm delighted about it. ChatGPT tells me you played a lot of Minecraft and made gameplay and tutorial videos on YouTube. I have played Minecraft in YouTube videos. Let me think. I did a couple with my eldest daughter when she was very little, down in Bristol. I think I did a couple of things with Lewis. Yeah. I think there might be 4 Minecraft videos that I'm in total. Let's look. PFlax Minecraft. I see Babby Steps 1, Garbo Picks. That was 5 years ago. And then I see that's the only one I can see. But I definitely remember doing something with Lewis where I played Minecraft.
Опачки!
I just need one more.
Хуярь медведя!
Rich, I don't really understand what your point is here, dude. Are you saying that because there are some people that essentially cheat, that there's something wrong? I don't really understand. What are they meant to do about that? I mean, they should shut down pretty much every MMO that there is, by that logic, because you could buy gold in World of Warcraft. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you meant to do about it? People are going to find a way. If money exists in the game, people will find a way of transferring it to each other. I don't really understand your point. Right. I mean, would you say that I am a far superior player to everyone else that I fight in this game because I have EOD? Or would you say that for someone like me, I feel that I would struggle to be as interested in this game if it was harder than it already is? If I had a smaller stash and I had to do even more quests, I think I would probably not be playing it. Like, the easiness, the sort of extra ease that you have playing the game, I really appreciate it. Because I really don't... Oh, geez, this gives me a bloody military battery? Are you serious? What an insane daily. I mean, I've had EOD now. This is actually the press version of the game, so it's not even EOD for a while. And I definitely wouldn't say, and anyone that watches the stream I don't think would say, oh, Flax has it easy. And you can tell because he's so good at the game. There's no world in which the EOD version of the game means that I am better at the game or have it easier. I'm still just as bad. So I understand what you're saying, which is that essentially the EOD version makes the game easier for people. And I'm not going to pretend that it's not a definite factor. Like, for example, my rep with the traders is higher by default. My stash size is bigger, so I don't have to throw so much stuff away. I don't have to spend the resources on getting a bigger stash. And I have the big butt slots. But if I didn't have all these things, I wouldn't be playing the game. And I don't see how this is punishing other players so much as making me not quit Tarkov, if you know what I mean. I don't think that... I mean, I personally maybe get a little bit more, out of it, and I suppose I would have something up my butt that somebody wouldn't be able to take off my body, but it's minimal. It's like 2 or 3 slots difference, you know what I mean? It's like maybe an item. Because once I get a docs case and stuff like that, it's a couple of extra slots. I understand that it's better than what other people get for a lower price, but I would pay the extra for the convenience because I just wouldn't play the game otherwise. This is the maddest quest reward I've ever seen. A tank battery. So what is your problem with it? Why is Dorm 204 worth money? You'd like everyone to have the same grinding experience. Well, then I think you'd have fewer players. I don't think it's an advantage in the way you think it is. I really don't. I think it's a quality of life thing, I think. I really do. I do not think that this makes the game unfair or, oh, that's not fair, he gets an advantage because of blah blah blah. I really don't think it does that because I die so much. I mean, the good lads are going to get it anyway and not have to pay for it. The scrubs like me, this is the only way that we could get, you know, enjoyment out of the game without feeling like this is an impossible grind and I quit. Do you know what I mean? That's how it feels. Like, I would have just stopped playing, and I'm sure there are other people in a similar boat who are just like, you know what, it's too hard. So I don't really take your point. Well, you say that, Bob, because you're always upset that I have better trader rep. But if you suck at the game like I do, I don't see how me having access to trader level 3 and maybe a couple of quests earlier or a few quests earlier is going to make a big difference. Because I still die in the game. And guys that are good at the game are going to kill me and take whatever I've got that's given me that advantage anyway. I would say if EOD gave you higher base skills for your lad, that would suck. I think that would really suck. But the idea of, like, I would not be playing this game if my stash was, like, that big or whatever, you know, however big it is. If it was just, like, 2 screens, I wouldn't be playing it. I think if you're shit at the game, like me, without this, you would just lose players, I think, really. I don't see, for it to be an advantage in a negative way, I don't see how what I have in the game in terms of a bigger stash and everything, I don't see how that's really negatively affecting other players, I suppose. I just don't really see it. I understand it makes them jealous, and I get that, but I don't think that it's like making the game easier for me versus you. It's just making the game easier for me versus the game. That's how it feels. If you're really good at the game, then having this, you know, that's giving you an even bigger step up. But The good players they just don't seem to give a shit. I mean, they're fucking level 58 and all the rest of it. I mean, if you want to talk about unfair, how about the fact that at level 5 I have to go up against some lad who's level 35 and has all the guns and everything in the world, and there's no matchmaking, there's no way to avoid him. That feels unfair to me, but no, that's not unfair. You having a slightly bigger stash is unfair. Doesn't really make sense. Like, there's no matchmaking in this game. That, to me, is pretty crazy for a PvP game, actually. To have no kind of matchmaking. So, me as a brand new player comes in playing against some lad who's an absolute Chad. Have I tried the underbarrel grenade launcher yet? I have one. But I don't know what it fits to. It says M203. I don't have a gun that it works on. Let's do linked search. So it's an AR-15 barrel. Oh well, it's on a gun anyway, not one that I have. What do I need to do that I can do alone? Not much. I'm just trying to get some loot up my arse that I might need. You think matchmaking would kill the game? I mean, I guess in a way it kind of has built-in matchmaking in a way, because the very high value maps like labs that are hard to get into, like Lighthouse, which is very hard, the Chads go there. So if the Chads fight each other on the higher value maps, like the reason labs is so hard for a scrub like me, whereas customs or you know, even fucking woods feels like a low value map, and each area of the map kind of has a matchmaking element to it, if you like, because if you are not a Chad, you just don't go to the shoreline, to the resort building, because you know Chad's going to be there. You don't go to labs because you know that you're going to die. So Chads all play there with all their good gear and kill each other and all the rest of it. So there's kind of player-led matchmaking. Well, Bob, if you put it that way, mate, that would mean that at the start of the wipe, what you're experiencing at the start of the wipe would be persistent throughout the game. Like, you're describing literally the start of the game, when everybody's trying to go to Tarkov Directors. Everyone's fighting in Tarkov Directors. So I don't really understand that. How that... I mean, that is literally the game. Oh, and it's completely shit. Boo-hoo. It's fucking hilarious. You get 3 sets of lads all trying to get into Tarkov Director's office. It's amazing. Forces fights. Most people's favourite part of Tarkov is the early wipe. Most people check out later on because it's too hard. End up bumping into fucking Bob and Rort sweating it up in dorms. You're like, fucking hell. I just wanted to get a quest. it would fuck the queue times. Also, I think part of the fun in a way is seeing geared lads and
Nice job,
you might
Alistair.
kill them.
Doningstone just
And get
resubbed
their
for
stuff.
26 months.
Thank
I was
you.
playing a word game Bananagram with fam and my 76-year-old mom asked if POG is a word.
Pog is a word. I don't think the answer to Tarkov is MMR. How about this though? When you have the arena mode come in, I think that has to have matchmaking. I think that would be, it'd be mad otherwise. Oh yeah, it's a separate character completely. I'm just saying, like you said, in Tarkov, if you're like me and you try to avoid too many fights as a solo, I think having matchmaking would take some of the fun away from it. Bumping into Chad does have its ups and downs. I mean, part of the fun is the horror. The terror. I saw a lad. Like, honestly, I've killed Chad from time to time. And it feels funny. You get to see what real guns and armor look like. For a guy like me, that's the only way I'm gonna ever see it. Kind of waiting for scavs to spawn below me so I can try and do this stupid quest. Did you guys see that clip of the guy shoving the scav into the scav co-op extract zone? It's like an AI scav. Yeah. Oh shit. Someone's coming. How can you disarm them? I don't think you can. You yell, drop your gun or I blow your brains out. I don't think I've ever seen that. I haven't even seen a clip of that. I saw that, but he's doing it as a scav. He's not doing it as a PMC. So what he does is he says, follow me, and then they follow him, and he trains them into barbed wire, walks them back and forth. He says it takes like a minute, but then they die and you can nick their stuff. But that's as a scav, because you can get them to follow you, but you can't get them to follow you as a PMC, can you? You can get them to shoot at you. See, this all sounds like bollocks to me. I'm just going to focus on praying that some scabs spawn down here sometime this year, but I don't think they will. You can command AI scavs with any fence rep. The chance is just higher the higher the fence rep you have. No way. I'm almost certain you can't do that as a PMC. I've never seen anything about that. Saber, I think you're not understanding. You can get them to shoot at you. That's good enough. All right, let's just clarify something here. If you're saying you can get them to shoot at you, and we're talking about how you can command scavs by giving them verbal commands, and if your fence rep is high enough, what we're saying is that if you're playing as a scav, you can't command them, shoot at me, and they'll do it. I'm pretty sure. Because what command would it be? Shoot me! Well, and then they shoot you. You can't shoot them back, so why would you do that? As far as I understand it, the higher your fence rep, when you go in as a scav, I said you can take player scavs hostage by using voice over IP, not AI ones. Oh, fair enough. I honestly, this quest has been taking forever because I just never see scavs down here. There's normally a couple. I mean, here's something I think might be quite fun. If you could hire some scavs to come in with you as a PMC. You come in as a PMC and there's a couple of scavs with you. You need to get like 5 fence rep. And the higher your rep, the cheaper they are. And you'll be like, follow me, lads. And they'll sort of engage the enemy. I think that might be quite fun. I've been trying to do this quest for like a week and a half now, so I'm just trying to make some progress on it. Just no scavs down here ever. I saw the raiders last time I was down D2. Does leaving and then coming back make them more likely to scav? People have said that. Let's try.
Прямо берцы! А, блядь, зацепил!
That was a poor shot. We did get him. This is definitely not the worst quest in the game, though.
На, блядь, жри, сука!
Did we get him? Got the two of them, alright. Side by side. Look at this Saiga. The old 20 rounders.
Вон оно! Гнида!
Fucking bush arsehole.
Ебашки парика!
We're gonna get fucking domied here. Goodbye, my trusty.
А вот тут твой корефан точно бывал.
That lad had a pretty spicy hat on. I wonder if he was a raider or something. hell. So unfortunately we have to wait for absolutely ages. This thing looks like it should cost a fortune, doesn't it? This is for the AXMC. I've got one of those.
Вон он,
Oh, those are the bullets I fired, I think. Maybe? Or maybe they're just... Oh no, that's from me shooting bullets. It's pretty cool, huh? No, fuck off. We're full.
Whoa! Пацан готов!
Oh, the door closed. Whew. No sound. Thank God it closed with us on this side of it. But the honking was crucial. It told you so much. It told you where someone was, where they were going to be. The train honking gave you some idea of the panic necessary. Like, what if I'd gone off to loot that lad and then I hear the train leaving? That sucks. Oh, cool. We sold the tank battery, I guess. Woo. Big moolah. Oh, I've already got one. None of this is worth big bucks. I need to get money with this dingus. For whatchamacallit? I need to get money to... There's something I want to build that I can't build. What was it? Something in my hideout needs 25 grand. Hello? Yeah, sure. But I'm pretty sure there was a limit on how much, because we were like, we want to pay more, and they were like, no. Because they don't want it to end early, do they?
No. I mean, so in 5 years' time, we can...
We could.
We should.
How old do you think you are? Chair stream, yeah, so very, very sorry if I had to go and spend a minute speaking with my life partner, degenerate scum. That's all of you. So it's, what was it, library? No. Something I wanted to upgrade, and it would cost 25 grand to do it. Was it the air filtering unit? Oh yeah, it was this. Air filtering unit. But your physical skills level up by plus 40%. I mean, that seems nuts. I feel like I bought the other bits. I feel like I should do this. It's bugged, it doesn't work. What do you mean? Wait, so to get this to work, you have to put those massive filters in? So having it gives you this. Like, I honestly feel like plus 40% skill to level in physical. It seems insane. Wire's a great show, man. The Wire is a great show. One of the best. I'll wear that. I'll wear that. Why not? It is only $9,000. I could buy $9,000. So if I go to him, the thing is, 9,000 bucks is a lot of rubles. It's 1,000,000 rubles. It's a lot of rubles. Like, I feel like if you look at, I know that you can buy SSDs for, so the cost of these sell to him for like X amount, and that cost is greater than the, so for example, we'll buy one slim diary. That's 29,000, right? And the slim diary sells for 295 bucks. Sold. Now, if I wanted to buy $295, how much would that cost? 34,000. So it's cheaper for me to buy these by like 500 rubles. Doesn't really seem worth it. What about a diary? I don't think it's worth it, actually. I might just sell him some shit that I don't want. That can definitely go. I wonder if, I mean, I might have some diaries and shit loitering in here. I've got all these SSDs and SASs in here. Can't remember what else you need them for. What do you need SMT for? So you can trade them in for a Terra Group's Labs keycard black, which that needs 5 military batteries as well. That's never going to happen. You can craft Labs keycards that I'm never going to use. I might just sell these to him. I don't use them. We'll sell these to that lad. SMTs. What about SAS drive? You can get a 6-hour Bravo scope. You can craft a FLIR with the SAS drives. The FLIR is hilarious. What about the... What else have we got? We've got these SSDs. So 2 of them he'll give you the Eklan Spectre. You can make flash drives with them, you can make a VPX with them. And I'll sell, I've got a lot of these SAS drives. I'll sell these 9 things to him, and then we'll make up the rest with cash. I reckon that's all right. I mean, a lot of these things are for trades I'm never gonna fucking do. Deal. And then I need... dollary dues. We need 2,415. Okay, go on then, do it. 48 hours. But we're going to be the strongest lad. Oh, another one of my beloved RFBs came back. Look at this beast. Look at this thing. So I also don't think that you can sell scav junk boxes on the flea. I don't think so anyway. Let's look. Would it be under... So you can sell weapon cases. Lucky Scav junk box. You can only get it from therapists. I don't think you can list it. Can people barter them? No. So yeah, you can't sell them, but I already have 2. I was going to get a 3rd because you need one for the scav junk box, along with all these other expensive things. Why is it saying 1? This lad. This lad. Oh, they're having trouble with her. Oh, once they get on top of you, that's it. Got him! Gotta remember fighting all these guys now. Oof! Fire jump was a fun one. Oh yeah, when he gets a big eye in his chest. Just bumping against his hand. Oh my god, these balls are in big trouble. Oh my god. We're down to like one ball. This is a problem. Oh! Oh, that one ball got him in the nuts! Let's see what this dingus can do. Where's the two lads? There's the one that swings around as a big inflated thing. Oh, I think Godfrey's gonna win. Oh, he didn't give a hoot. Alright, Godfrey just owned them. Alright. This lad's in big trouble. Oh wow, I think Radigan wins too. Or does he? Oh, hello. Yeah, get him boxed in. Oh. 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 Uh-oh. Radigan too strong. Oh yeah, the worst fountain pen.
Blender. I'll tell the entire story about this uniquely designed pen, what it's supposed to do, and how it doesn't meet expectations, and in my opinion, it is a complete and utter failure.
Goodness.
And how I gave the company who created this pen multiple opportunities to fix the issues I was having with it. I'll go over the parts and features of this pen, talk about what I care for and what I don't care for about it. I will show some measurements, size comparisons, and maybe provide a writing sample. We'll see. Akrav is a company based out of Mumbai, India. I became familiar with them at the DC show this year. They had a table there, and they had one pen, the Blender, which really stood out to me. It had a unique design and made some intriguing promises that I was eager to check out. On top of that, the price for...
What promises can a pen really make? What promises can a pen really make? Watch him find out. I'm just... He set the scene. I want to set my expectations and try and intrigue myself with... You're at the pen show. He obviously said, oh, I saw it at the expo this year. So he went to, like, Pen Town 2023. Just pens all weekend. He's like, yes. You going to the Pen Con? You know I'm going to Pen Con. What promises can a pen make? I'm intrigued.
For this pen was only approximately $40. The company was nice enough to provide me with one to review, and here it is. It comes in this little case, and here is the pen. So what I'm going to do here is go over the parts and features of the Blender and how the company claims it will operate, and then I will get into the issues I experienced. The Blender is made from a transparent acrylic. It is a decent sized pen. The distinguishing feature of this pen are the 3 ink chambers. The idea is you could fill each of these 3 chambers with different inks. And then
Nice jump, Alistair.
Teamwork _ is _ Sissy's just resubbed for 53 months. PenCon is hosted at Pen Island this year. It's gonna be hoppin'.
I'm going to look up Pen Convention. I bet it's in, like, Las Vegas. UK pen shows. There's the London Spring Pen Show is coming up. World-leading brands at every show, including Onoto, Visconti, Private Reserve Inc., Manuscript, Esterbrook, Retro 1851. Visitor tickets. London Spring Pen Show, 5th of March. Great new venue. Where is it? Novotel London West in Hammersmith. Pen Convention is at a Novotel, which is a pretty boring series of hotels.
The cap twists off, and underneath we have a number 6 size titanium nib.
The thing is, I understand people having train conventions because you work on something and then you take it to the convention. You set it up there on the day before, you get your thing set up. And you're showing off your model making and talking to other model makers about a hobby. But the only thing you can do with pens is write with them. So I'm just saying, as hobbies go, you wouldn't spend your weekend in your shed writing with a fountain pen. You're just collecting the pen for how it looks and saying, what a pretty pen, and never getting bored of just looking at pens. There's only 2 things to do with a pen, actually 3. You look at them, you write with them, shove them up your ass. That's it.
The nib is
I'm not shoving that up my
fine,
ass.
medium, broad, as
No
well as
way.
1.1 and 1.4 stubs. The company states that since this nib is made from titanium, which is non-corrosive, that mixing inks from different manufacturers will not cause any long-term issues with the nib. And here's a look at the ebonite feed. The boring out of this material is a bit rough. There was a bit of debris throughout the cap when I received this pen. I will say the cap threads are rather tight as well. It takes an inordinate effort to cap and uncap this pen.
That's unacceptable.
And while the cap will somewhat post, it's not particularly secure.
Post. We just learned some pen talk. When you put it on the back of the pen, that's called posting. Will it post? Just hear that again.
Pen. And while the cap will somewhat post, it's not particularly secure, so it's something that you would use unposted. Okay, that is the gist
Unposted.
of what this pen is. Now, what I wanted to do is get into the story behind this pen and what makes it the worst I have ever reviewed.
By the way, is this a series of Rubik's Cubes behind him that he solved? Look at this. He's got like 8 Rubik's Cubes, at least. We don't know what's behind that. These are Rubik's Cubes he's solved.
I realize
The chalk documentary about that one type of chalk that all the professors want, that's good.
this is a bit of talking, but I feel it's important. When I first saw this pen, I was genuinely excited. A $40 pen with a titanium nib that can mix 3 ink colors, that sounded pretty cool.
Yeah.
I was skeptical that the ink mixing would actually work, but wanted to give the company a benefit of the doubt. I mean, they wouldn't be selling something which doesn't work at all, would they? They were nice enough to provide me with a pen for review, like I said. At their DC show, their table happened to be right next to a friend of mine who was a pen maker, and after being handed the pen, I literally handed it over to him to check out. He took a look at the nib in a loop and quickly grimaced. I checked it out myself, and the tines were significantly far apart, more than you would expect. Now, typically, I'm not going to go back to a company about an issue with a pen that they provided me for a review. What I have in my hands is what is going to get reviewed. However, this was a small company looking to get some additional exposure in the US, and I wanted to make sure they were providing me with what customers would be willing to expect. I stepped back over to their table and let them know that the nib...
There's an unsolved Rubik's Cube on the back shelf as well. But look at the color scheme. That's unlike most Rubik's Cubes. These are very similar colors. He's from San Diego by the looks of things.
appeared to be less than ideal. They apologized and traded out the nib on my pen.
Also, look. That says pen show. These are his badges from former pen shows.
When I received it back, I could tell right away, just with my naked eye, that the tines were out of alignment. I gave it back to them. They proceeded to adjust the tines with their hands, no loop or anything. And then when they gave it back, basically, I thought to myself, the nib is what it is at this point. I gave them a chance to fix it. Actually, 2 chances to fix it. Okay, fast forward to getting this pen home to test it out. It failed miserably for reasons that I will show you here in a minute. At that point, I contacted the company again. I detailed all of the issues I was experiencing and told them that if I were to give an honest review of the pen I had in my hand, it would not be very positive. I asked them if the pen I had in my possession was an accurate representation of what customers would receive when they purchased the pen. They replied, letting me know that the problems I was experiencing was most likely due to an incorrect feed being put in the pen. I again gave them the benefit of the doubt and asked that they send a replacement that best represents what a customer would receive. I received the replacement pen, and it had the exact same issues as the first one. At this point, I thought to myself, okay, I gave them multiple chances, and I felt it was necessary to go ahead with this review. Okay, that was a lot of talk, but I felt that the backstory on this pen was very important for you to know. It is now time to demonstrate the issues.
Here we go.
And in order to do so, please join me over here at camera 2.
Here we go.
Okay. I'm not going to bother with some size comparisons and measurements for this review. Now, I choose my words very carefully when doing a review. I'm not sure if I've ever said in a review that a pen is bad. There might be aspects of a pen which don't match up with my personal tastes and preferences, but you know, it might match up perfectly with your tastes and preferences.
I would call this video the worst fountain pen I've ever reviewed. Brackets, prepare for a lot of caveats.
That's why my strategy with reviews is to provide you with as much information as possible so that you can make a decision how something will or will not work for you. So let me go over the information, which leads me to the conclusion to say that this is the worst pen I have ever reviewed. Okay, so the idea with the blender is that you fill each of these 3 chambers with ink, and then they will blend together to make a unique concoction. Now, it sounds interesting in concept. Now, I had mentioned this before, but the cap is just much tighter than I would like it to be. It can be a challenge to remove and replace it. Once you remove the cap, Here's another look at the nib. You know, it looks a little bit rough. The logo is off center.
Oh dear.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Scott Boy 7 just resubbed for 77 months.
Thank you.
I wonder if I will ever be as passionate about something as this lad is about pens.
Loves pens. So these are called the tines, like the tines of a fork. These are called tines. Interesting.
This nib actually has tipping on it, or if it's just molded on the end to provide a writing surface.
Tipping.
The ebonite feed looks nice enough, and that the section is a decent size, and it does feel good in the hand. The step up to the barrel is slightly larger than I like to see, but that's a very minor issue. Okay,
Here we go.
Load this
Here we
pen
go.
up with ink.
Load it up.
When I received this pen, they also provided 3 syringes. The problem is the syringes they provided with this pen were not blunt syringes. They were actual medical grade sharp needles. You can see here, this is just a medical grade sharp needle there. You could see it here in a comparison with a blunt syringe, so you can see the difference between the two. You know,
Something tells me that this pen is actually meant to be a way for drug addicts to purchase needles and say, no, 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 these needles are for filling up my pen.
First of all, it's dangerous to be providing a sharp syringe to people. I'm not even sure if it's legal.
Mind your fingers.
And also, the syringe is so small that it's difficult to suck up any ink with it. I let the company know about this and strongly recommend that they not send these syringes to customers. And when I received my replacement pen, 2 syringes were included, and they were the very same skinny syringes, but the sharp tips, I don't know if you could really see here,
they just cut it off.
Tips had been snipped off.
They just cut it off.
Were a bit deformed, which actually reduced the usability of the syringes even more. Okay, here in the pen, I can understand mixing 2 inks together to make a different color. If you mix blue and yellow, you're going to make green. But if you mix 3 different colors together, then you're going to end up with something rather dark. If you mix 3 primary colors together, you will essentially get black. So with these 3 chambers, I'm assuming that what they want you to do is to fill 2 with one color and the third with a different color. So for this experiment, let's use a couple of inks from Private Reserve.
Private
We
Reserve.
have neon blue.
Oh, yeah.
As
A
well
classic.
as neon yellow.
A classic.
So let's see if we can make some neon green.
Oh, hell yes.
So in order to fill this up, we remove the section. Let's set these things aside. And you can see here that there's just 3 holes in there. And I'm going to use my blunt syringe just because I don't feel comfortable using the ones they provided.
Oh, shit. Hold on. I've got to turn off display capture. I promise we'll finish that vid. I promise we'll finish that vid. We're going to be dead in a second anyway, don't worry. See, this is what I love about Tarkov. This is what I love about Tarkov. I don't mind a 20-minute queue time, because I quite like the break. If this game was just game, oof, my heart wouldn't be able to take it. Don't finish the vid without me, alright? Don't go looking it up and finish it. This is a group effort. Wait, does this have a rear sight? It does. Jinx! No! This looks like someone's killed a cartoon character. Oh shit! I need that ammo. We're doing a lot of looting given that we're about to perish. If I put the mask and the gun in the backpack, I'll be even slower than I am with this stuff on. For very little gain. We're trying to get over here and see if we can loot some rogues. I mean, we're not going to be able to, but it's worth a try. Hello?
Hello?
Alright.
Are you scared?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, me too. I was scared.
Sounds like the rogues are still up though, huh?
Yeah. I'm just trying to get some decent loot.
Well, they're not on the near roof. I guess they're on the far roof. shit.
Наших бьют! Пошел, пошел! Давай, мочи их!
Ну ничего, скупщику все продам, живем.
Хуйло, вот хуйло, конец тебе!
You're a scout?
Yeah, there's a scavs on the far roof. Look out. I think there's one on this roof as well.
You have maybe a gas analyzer?
No, dude, I don't. I'm sorry.
Fuck. I need to find it.
If hold on. If you look, you know the big building over that way, like on the back shelves there sometimes, and in the boxes you might find it, but you got to get over there. That's the problem. Damn. My aim is better there, I get him.
Вон он, сука! Давай, мочи их! Вон он, блядь, ебашь его! You're going down after all this shit. What петух?
От петух!
I heard you're empty. Too bad. Stand there, still breathing.
От петух!
Come on, you cover. Gonna kill you all, bastards. Say hello to my little friend.
Ну, шкура цела уже неплохо. Прямо смотри, вон петух побежал.
Keep them coming. Cooperate. Drop your weapons and give up. Do it now.
Ебашки парика!
Is this how you were trained to fight? You're pathetic. Cocksucker. You piece of shit.
Just die already. Yeah, keep saying that.
You fucking cunts.
Piece of shit. Say hello to my little friend.
Goddamn
Just dance
Ruskies.
fast and you will be spent. Oh, look at him. Goddamn pussy. Yeah, keep saying that. Say hello to my little friend.
Damn. Looking for the little head tap on him. Good fight. Pens, yes, hold on. I want to see how much we hit him for. Probably like 12. 99. God, we were close, man. All right. Pen talk. Don't worry, it's coming. Here we go.
Carefully, we will go ahead and fill up.
Oh.
I want to do so somewhat slowly. There we go. Fill up 1. Fill up 2. Then, actually, you know what? I guess I'm going to have to use one of their syringes. We'll use one of the second one that they send. It's a little harder to pull this up because the nib is, or the needle is so thin. And let's go ahead and fill up this third one. And you can right away see one of the problems with this pen. Let me go ahead and set these aside so we don't have any incidents. Let me go ahead and put the section back on here to trap the ink. And you can see one of the main problems here is that the ink will not move, even when I turn this upside down. So I've turned this upside down and the ink is not moving. That's because the chambers are just too narrow. You know, I've tested this pen with like 4 different brands of ink, and on each occasion the ink, when it went into the chambers, cannot overcome the surface tension, so the ink will not flow at all. So this is what you're forced to do. I'm actually going to put the cap on here because it gets to be a bit of a mess. Oof. So in order to, and you can tell even with the yellow won't go back into the back portion either. So you're forced to kind of have to shake these together. So I'm just going to kind of shake these together.
Nope.
And you can see even when shaking it, the ink really did not move from the chambers, and I am hitting on it pretty hard. You can see a little bit got in there. And now you can see that a little bit changed. You can see the
now it's all shooting out the end.
Completely emptied, but both of the blues stayed full. You could see that there is some green that is in the section, but then you could also see that some yellow came out the end. Now, I was kind of beating hard on that, but you could see that the colors didn't necessarily mix, that they kind of
Jake, that would be amazing.
The surface tension of the individual chambers and really didn't mix at all. Now, this is the second pen that I received. I stored this pen nib down overnight because I basically did the exact same thing I did on what I showed you. I filled these up. You can see they were actually equal when I filled them up. They emptied unequally. And then overnight, a great deal of ink, basically all of the ink that was in the section, completely dripped out of the pen and into the bottom of the cap.
Shocking.
Now, through normal use and jostling about, you know, it's common to occasionally have a small amount of ink make its way into the cap, but this is out of the ordinary. If I opened this cap up with that much ink in there, it would really have a mess on my hands.
Oh, you betcha.
I mentioned this near the top of the review, but one of my main goals of each review is to be fair. And I hope that
You've been fair. You've been fair.
I'm just frustrated. I don't like to see pen companies fail. I'm not even going to open up and do a writing sample with this just because it's going to make a mess. And then what happens is any ink that was in the section quickly goes away because there's no ink that is flowing behind it. So, a writing sample is pretty useless with this pen as well. I don't like to see pen companies fail, especially when they're trying to be innovative and bring something new and unique to the market. But I feel, that I went above and beyond to make sure that I could show this pen in its best light. And all I discovered is that there is no best light to be had. Even at only $40, this pen is far from worth the price. While I would not recommend purchasing this pen, I hope you at least found this review to be entertaining. Until next time, thanks for watching.
This is an easy sub.
David here with Figboot on Pens.
Whoa! What was that?
David here with Figboot on Pens. Welcome to my YouTube channel, where I discuss and review fountain pens, ink, and other stationery related items. I work to provide a variety of reviews from a large number of brands and price ranges. I cover entry-level.
The Monte Grappa Venetia Turquoise, top 10 fountain pens over $500. The Newton 0M and a giveaway. The Montblanc Enzo Ferrari. The Shibuya North Kitsune. Oh, look at that pen. Look at that. If I had a hobby that was just gazing at pens, that would be the one. Look at this. It's beautiful. Let's get a look at the pen.
And gilding and anodizing and engraving, or combinations of those techniques. Ruth lived in Japan for 10 years, where she studied ceramics and urushi, so a lot of her design inspiration comes from that experience. It's her goal to make each of her pen designs unique, and I feel she has certainly done that. The pen arrives in this box, and inside we have a pen. This is the Shibuya North Kitsune. Shibui is a Japanese word meaning rustic, yet refined. It's a rather contrasting idea, which really describes the look that Ruth is going for in her pens. Kitsune
That's a nice looking
pen.
pen.
Japanese word for fox. Foxes are a common subject in Japanese folklore. Stories depict legendary foxes as intelligent beings who possess paranormal abilities that increase with their age and wisdom. This pen is made from aluminum. The metal is sandblasted, and then a bronze.
Let's get some look at the detail. Look at that
pattern.
detail.
It almost looks a bit like both sides.
That's
just
nice.
Reversed. Okay, let's take a look at the parts of this uniquely converter through the blind.
Yeah. Let's see how she writes. I want to see some writing.
Significantly shorter portion of the converter. It barely peeks out, and it can be.
He does some writing. All right, here we go.
Just because. So here we go with the writing sample for the
Shibuya North Kitsune.
North.
Oh, what?
And this is the Kitsune.
Okay, hold on a sec. This guy's whole life is pens, and he mixes up capital letters with lowercase? What kind of handwriting is this? What is going on? This guy's dedicated his life to pens.
Is a medium stainless steel nib. And the ink that I'm using here, I thought it matched the pen well, which is one of my favorites, which is diamine. Ancient copper. This is what the ink looks like. It's just a nice solid coppery brown. Here it is with Private Reserve's Copper Burst, which is nice as well with a bit more shading.
That is a capital P. I guess that's an R. A lowercase I. That could be an uppercase V. That's a lowercase a, an uppercase T, and then an E. A lowercase e. What's going on? What is going on? To me, that is not handwriting. I don't know what you call that. I don't know what you call that. Actually, I do know what you call it. I'm going to make a prediction. That man has never sworn in his life. I'm not going to unsub. His handwriting may be bad, but his pen reviews are top level. I came for the pen reviews. I'm a purist. Right, well, I'll see you lot this evening. I've got some pen reviews to watch. See you later. Thanks for watching.